All right, hola mola cola y'all. What is up? Welcome back to another art stream with me, Taratifia. Glad to have you here. And yeah, today we're gonna be doing a bit of perspective practice because in my most recent illustration, I was I was trying to put something together and it was just not happening. That perspective was just not happening. So yeah. Sorry. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's sit down and draw some grids and let's start putting things into those grids. And that's how we're gonna practice doing perspective. So you are welcome to join me and do your own kind of studies or study what I'm studying. If you just want to follow my lead here. But yeah, we're gonna jump right into it. Let me change my ink to blank. Let's set pencil instead of brush. All right, let's make a new layer that we can see. And yeah, let's get into it. We're gonna have some music playing in the background. Feel free to, chat with me if you feel brave enough. And yeah, I'll do some we'll do the promo stuff later, but right now I'm gonna write down now, as always, when you're practicing, make sure you're looking looking at, that's not how you spell that. There you go. Looking at references. Dot. Make sure you have your references. So I'm gonna take some planes. That I want to try to work with here. Now, if you are using any 3D tools, then you can use that. That's like a great shortcut. Gets you straight to the point. But I like to do it organically. And I got a couple of things over here as well. Where's my? There it is. Okay. Oops, save as. Okay. So let's say we want to do something like this. Make a grid. Now, according to the grid, if we make a square in here, we make it taller. And this is how we would view something standing like directly on this plane on the floor. Gotta match the grid on the bottom while we make these boxes up there. Now, is that where I want my character to stand? Probably. If I drew somebody standing here, okay, so we essentially have somebody standing and facing this direction. But then on that same note, we can also have somebody facing a different direction in this perspective. Now, when it comes to perspective, you can always do some really cool things like force perspective. Like, let's say you've got somebody putting their hand like very, very close to the camera, right? And then like, you know, their head, the actual head is like so far away compared to where the hand is, and you know that can look like really cool. And this is like, you know, it's like an active choice you would make when you're drawing something, right? You got to think about composition and stuff. But what I'm like looking at right now is just like perspective that's like far away, more like to fit like a whole bunch of characters in a screen type thing. And how would they all interact with that space on the floor? So we got another body here. A smaller person. Well, maybe we can move the body part here. Move the clothes around. And we'll even move the head here as well. We'll have the head facing here. And then now it follows like a different plane in perspective. Stuff around like that. If I had to draw a woman and person on the other side, facing the last direction, which would be this direction. Well, what if we twist this box around? And I would have a character that's like So in this instance, I think what's pretty much important is kind of getting that height where these shapes would overlap. Because then if, let's take this grid and let's say it was like this now. Gotta change this to go down with this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so if we have, so this is like tilting it up. So now there's more overlaps with all the shapes here. So if I said this is where the feet were, it's like, okay, then got thigh, the hips, all that stuff. And then it's overlap with the head. And we got the arms down here. But, you know, if this person were to rotate their body, but we still kept our, you know, like they rotate, what is it, horizontally? Yeah, you know, but we still keep this vertical angle, that it doesn't matter too much. Not too big of a difference when we want to position the camera around. Okay. And that's a good refresher to, like, for me in my head to just kind of sit here and just kind of look at it this way. But again, using a 3D model would be a faster way to just really get this visualization into your head. But the other day I was really just kind of like, wait, I felt so restricted and limited. Oh, okay. Did a little too much in. All right, so now let's just go ahead and draw uh, bodies. All these boxes are gonna have some sort of perspective. There's gonna be overlap. Get those abs in here. Belly button will be here. Let's get those abdominal muscles. All right, there we go. Now I'm going a little overboard here, and I'm just like literally drawing all the muscles. But this is where the neck would go. Okay, but I think I did a little too much here. Let's keep moving. Let's move on. I'm gonna warp this box a bit. Okay. So again, we've got just a lot of pieces overlapping. And, you know, when it comes to putting stuff into perspective, that's just something that's pretty key to, um, you know, just visualize as you're putting things together. Because in certain views, right, when you rotate the camera, things are going to be on top of each other. So I'm just going to put a box. I'm going to take another box. Then it's following these lines in perspective. And then you're going to take another box. I'm going to overlap that box with a new box. And now they both kind of follow this, going down this line of perspective. But these change because they're facing different directions, right? But on this axis here, we just tilted it a little up. Now I'm going to do this tricks with boxes. If you don't know this trick, it's a very useful trick, but you put an X and the middle of the X will tell you where the center of that box is at. And that's pretty important sometimes because sometimes you want to draw a line in the middle. And when you go into perspective, sometimes it's kind of hard to find that line. So you can do this little trick to figure out exactly where the center points are. So for me, I'm going to do that because if I start drawing in, let's say, body parts, right? I want to draw the rib cage here. I need to know where the middle of the rib cage is in this box. So now I found that. Let's do the pelvis next. All right, now we do have a back muscle here. And then connected to that would be the chest. Now I know where the abdominal muscles will be. And the stomach. We got the glutes. Kneecap here, lift the kneecaps. bottom chin here. Align everything. There you go. Now this makes a lot more sense. Okay, so far so good. All right. Nope. That's the wrong box. This is the right box. Right here. Gotta twist it a little that way. Alright. Got this line here. I gotta make this center line more extreme here. Mm. Okay. And now, we got the arms. Which we have to add the perspective of the arm. Rest of the other arm. Now we got like an action line, holding a sword or a bat or whatever. Hey, what's up, Tally? Welcome on in. How's your day been? 5 o'clock and it's hump day. We're halfway through. Just got home, shower, be right back. All right. Go get that shower. It's a hot day today. I mean, I don't know how it is in Florida, but over here it's 80 degrees and I'm loving it. But I'm pretty sure we got a lot of stuff. Wishing it wasn't so hot. Something like that. How did I miss this? Okay, now let's actually move on to practicing the illustration question. Just give me a bit here. You can't hear anything? Oh, there you go. Thank you for that. I just realized I didn't even have the playlist. I mean, I wasn't talking, but I wasn't talking because I thought there was music playing in the background. There we go. There we go. Woo. I probably typed something on the keyboard. I turned it off because I remember clicking that on. Okay, so let me see. Yeah, so there should be music playing at some point. And yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Because you know I can't hear it on my side. Because you know there are different ways to study, and you know some people have a better time studying in silence than studying with music on. You know, like you know, like a lot of people when they want to study, or you know, they'll put like lo-fi stuff and they'll have some music running in the background, and you know that's a very popular thing. So everybody just assumes that when you listen to music you're more productive, but that's not the case for everyone. And once I learned that, I decided, you know, oh, let me try it. Let me just try working in silence. And it turns out that I'm a lot more productive in silence than I am when I have music playing. You know? So, and I learned this because I forgot his name, but basically one of like the world renowned animators for Walt Disney, like very early in Disney when they started making animation cartoons. He was a person that needed to work in silence, like, you know, and this is a story that they, you know, if you are interested in studying animation, you probably heard of this story because it's a very famous story in the animation industry. But yeah, so you probably already heard of it, but like, yeah, this dude was known for like, you know, you couldn't bother him like ever. Like if he's ever working, you walked into that room and you made noise, he would yell at you because like that was just his whole thing when he's like animating paper by paper. And this is before we had like computers, right? We were doing it on the paper. You know, he needed like total silence to concentrate and work. And that's kind of where we got this idea that, you know, maybe you work better in silence. Which was something to consider. So, you know, turns out I'm pretty similar. You know, for me, I need silence. Which is like, it makes me think about like future stuff. Because right now it's a lot easier for me to work because I have the silence, but things may change in the future. I may not always have the silence, and then I'd have to wonder how do I work around it. But yeah, the music is there for you guys because you're not, well, I'm assuming most of you watching are not working on anything. And if you are, maybe, you know, maybe you haven't discovered you work better with silence. So, you know, here's the music. Since, you know, on average, most people listen to music when they work on stuff. For me, it depends on what I'm working on. Yeah, so you know, you could always interchange it. Like for me, I start listening to music when I start to do what I call like the stuff that requires less thinking. So like the sketching phase, to me, in my opinion, is always the most time that you're thinking, because you're constructing the forms in 2D space, and that requires like, you know, you got to like visualize it, think about how everything connects each other, how it fits into 2D space, right? The perspective. There's just a lot to think about when you're constructing your sketches. But then like after you construct your sketches and you see where everything is, you made all the fixing, and then you move on to the next steps, right? Like when you're doing line art and stuff, like a lot of the visual information is already in front of you. So it's you kind of think less, right? And then you go into the coloring, which of course all this stuff obviously takes, you know, you got to think about these things. But when you do it enough times that you practice and you do your reps, like some of this stuff is like, oh, you already like know right away what to do, what color to put in, you know, how you should be shading stuff, right? And all this stuff becomes easier when the foundation is laid down and you sketched out the forms and the volumes. So for me, at least, when I'm sketching, that is the phase where I'm not listening to nothing. It's like I have to be in silence. And then once I move on to like line art and coloring, because I already thought about everything that I want it to be, like even like the concept, right? Because you're thinking about the concept art, how everything's arranged, all this stuff, which you may change later in the process, but you got all that big thinking out the way in the beginning. You know, at least for me. And then after that stage, it's like, okay, now I can turn on some music and have something playing in the background, because, you know, everything's already like, the plan is there, the blueprint is there. The D&D was hardcore then for him. Maybe Dungeons and Dragons. Hubby, guess what decision I made today? What decision did you make? You said guess. I mean, how could I guess? What kind of decision would you make? How would I know? Did you decide not to go out this weekend? Is that the decision? D&D Eagles do not disturb. Oh, okay, gotcha. No, I guess wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I can have one more guess. I wouldn't even know what to guess, because that was the only thing that I could think of that we spoke about earlier this week. I wouldn't even know what to do with one more guess. I'm going to 80s night, but I'm gonna make sure you approve my outfit before I leave. Oh yeah, it's gotta be Tario approved. You already know. I applied for my PhD, but to go back to school to get a PhD. Oh, you're going back to school? You're gonna get that PhD. And what are you gonna do with that PhD once you get it, huh? What are you going to do with that PhD once you get it? That's big. That's big, guys. You're gonna be a principal. Ooh, that's big. That's big. In the state of Florida, you need a PhD to even be a principal. Okay, well, what brought this on? Huh? What made you? What made you decide to be? You know, be like, you know what? I'm done being a teacher. I'm gonna be the principal. That's right. Oh, I know why. So you could be the president. I got it. I picked up on it. I get it now. Get it. President Tali. This is all a plan. That is the grand scheme. What? Oh, I get it. The secret. It's a secret. Gotcha. Gotcha. My bad. I didn't mean to blow up your spot. I just want to make a positive difference in schools. A lot of principals don't care for their people, just the money. I want to run a great school and show not all people just care about numbers. We care about growth and the kids' success. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not a principal, but, you know, if we really sat down and we thought about it, right? There are a lot of people involved, right? And when you become the principal, you're responsible for a lot of people's lives. So when you're responsible with keeping everything together, and you know, as we all know, money keeps things together, you make the decisions, right, that determine if the money is, you're gonna get more money coming in, which is great for everyone. You improve a lot of lives, right? But if you want to be, you know, I want to follow my moral standards and values and screw everybody else's lives, and I'm going to do what I care about, and I'm not going to really care about the money, and then you come to a place where you start losing money. Now all of a sudden you're responsible for destroying or, you know, worsening, right, other people's lives or under your umbrella. So this is part of the responsibility that comes when you become in higher power. You got to consider everybody else, and sometimes because of the way the world works, it doesn't matter where your moral values are. You gotta you know, there's just a lot of limitations, right, that you gotta work with. You know, and part of it is just understanding that you are responsible. So yes, we care about growth and the kids' success, but they get that through money. You need people with money to invest into your school. So, and you got to convince them, right? And people who have a lot of money, they want to invest it in something that's like, you know, like if you told them, oh, you know, I just want, like, people to be happy, right? I don't care about numbers. Then they're gonna be like, okay, well, I'm not gonna give you my money versus this other school that is trying to get good grades and produce very intelligent students through their, curriculum, right? Correct, but I want to work with my administration and the teachers. Everybody's opinion matters to make a school success. Well, yeah, but by the end of the day, they can put their opinions in, but you're the one who's responsible if things go wrong. And it's your head that they come after. So it's just like, for me at least, when I see principals make decisions that I don't agree with, I don't automatically assume they're evil or like they just don't care. Because it's just a lot. It's a big responsibility. Sometimes people make choices that are not, politically correct, but it's just what is necessary, right, to keep things together. But anyways, all that to say, because, the way you came out made me feel like you want to replace, principals, right? Like principals who are just ethically bad or morally not in the right standing. In this way where it's just kind of like, well, I've got better moral value, so I'm going to create better and positive outcomes if I'm in charge. And that's where I gotta be like, like everybody has their own set of problems. And again, I'm not a principal, I wouldn't know. But I'm just kind of trying to empathize and just look at it from like a position of high power there. What if we move the arm up here instead? And we have this. And then this arm will be out here. And trust me, nobody gets burned more than like people in power. Like, oh my gosh, nobody like no one critically critiques a person in power. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just kind of like you make one decision and you're gonna have like a million people hate you because they disagree with you. Even though you think you're making a decision that's gonna be the best for everyone in the long run, in the immediate, and then you just listen to people get mad and they have no idea how this whole thing works, but they don't care because you did something they didn't like. I just feel like sometimes the kids are so book test and there's no incentives for them to improve. I think like if I can provide some incentives, the kids will grow. Well, what happens if they improve? Because I'm a little lost by how that whole thing works. So you're saying we should allow them to play more than study more? So you mean you want to give them less time learning, which is what they're there for, and more time doing stuff that they usually do on recess. And we're talking like this is a large scale thing, because typically this is something that teachers would do for their own classes, right? But you're kind of saying we got to do this for everyone. If they do good in their test, like, yeah, the teachers are teaching rigorous, and when they take that test and see that they made gains, did better, we should reward them. Not saying fun first, study later. I'm saying study first and get rewarded. Yeah, but don't you think we're already doing that? I mean, I don't know how it is in Florida, but at least over here, that's very... We do that all the time. My school don't do that. So they never... Nobody ever gets to go on field trips. There's no... like summer trips or winter trips, you know. Or even like, you know, teachers don't Teachers just can't give them pizza parties for their own classes or study hall or any of that stuff. And not only that, but it's just kind of like, sure, it sounds good on paper, right? But that's a big investment. You got to spend a lot of money to get these events to happen, and then we have to see the numbers. We have to see, does it work? Do they actually get motivated? Will they actually improve? Right? And then that's a risk. And then we gotta look at the budget, see if it's even an affordable move. But again, I'm not a principal. I don't freaking know. I'm just thinking logistics. Just of course, I never said it was easy, but that's the goal, is to make numbers the state wants, but with rewards. It will take a while to get there, but that's the goal. Oof. Well, it's gonna be a long journey. So, just work hard and good luck. And we'll see. Hopefully you can make the positive change that you are aiming for. Either way, I'm excited. Yeah. It's an exciting thing to be, to have goals and aspirations. And what's most important, it's just not the kind of the goalpost or just, the actual goal, but it's more about like the journey, In the end, even if you like don't ultimately reach the dire conclusion, I mean, like, the farther you go, the more impressive this is. And just generally, I think the most important thing you get out of this is just becoming a great role model, right? It was just kind of like, you get the PhD, perfect. Don't become a principal, well, you got the PhD. You become a principal, great. Don't get to, put the positive effects you want on the school, sure, but you became a principal. It was just kind of like, you've already come this far, right? That's already a reward in itself. And it's human services, so I don't have to be a principal. I can also work on mental health. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of branches that go off from there. So what I'm eating today. Uh, so I'm not actually gonna make anything heavy today because I stood up too late last night, and with everything I had to do this morning, I'm just freaking tired, to be honest. So what I mean is that I want to sleep early today. So that means I don't want to eat. I want to eat something that's gonna like digest very quickly. So that means the only meat I could eat would be chicken or like lean meat like fish, right? Which I'm allergic to seafood, but I can tolerate tuna fish. So I'm thinking tuna fish. Just have like a tuna fish sandwich with like cucumbers and maybe we'll slice some carrots in there on some wheat bread, and then just drink water for the rest of the night and just kind of sleep early and then wake up early, and then tomorrow we can make a big breakfast, which I would have to go shopping for because I am out of stuff. I ran out of yogurt. I got no more yogurt. Woe is me. I'm so sad. I'm gonna get boo-boos. No. I'm gonna get la boo-boos. Not boo-boos. La boo-boos. not a labubu. Making the beef stew with the white rice. Oh yeah. Stew in the coop. Plátanos. Oh my god. Oh, plátanos. I miss Inna so much. Give me the manduro, please, por favor. Dulce, dulce. Stop. Okay, maybe this works actually. And we've got this nice diamond. Well, it's a square, but we've got this nice diamond in the middle. I like that. I think this is the concept we go with. I also figured out what I would like you to draw for me. Can you make me a character for my Google Classroom? I'm having one this year. I didn't, what? Make me a character for your Google Classroom. I mean, like a VTuber model? Well. I haven't looked to see if Clip Studio could do it because it does have access to 3D tools, but no, yeah, I'm not in the market for any kind of 3D models at all. Never mind. Yeah. You know, we're like in a big age of technology, but I'm not too interested in making 3D stuff. But ultimately, I would probably go down that. I have to go down that pipeline eventually, and the reason why I say that is that, let's say, for example, I put my portfolio in for, let's say, Disney, right? And Disney's like, yeah, we want to hire you to work on some stuff. Disney does a lot of 3D these days, so it's just like if they hire me, they're gonna be like, okay, here's the program, learn how to make 3D stuff and make some 3D stuff. And I'm just gonna have to be like, all right, and then just do it. But like, yeah, a lot of American industries, in terms of cartoons and like movies and stuff, that's what we're, it's all of our stuff is pretty much primarily 3D for the most part. Which, according to my art professor, I would be really good at because I apparently have like the instincts to sculpt out 3D figures. You should get a head start and try one day. No, I'm not particularly too interested. I'm not gonna do it unless I have to. Because the thing a lot of people don't understand is that there's not when it comes to art, it's gotten so diverse, and the pool is so big that there's actually there's been studies that show that there's not enough time in the human lifespan to learn everything. So you have to pick and choose what kind of art you want to do. So I'm not gonna put time into learning 3D art if I don't have to. So but you know, I'm been pretty like good picking up stuff, so it's just kind of like, you know, because when it, like in school I had really good grades, you know, I learned very well. Whenever I do pick up a new skill, I pick it up pretty fast and then I get pretty proficient at it. That's just how it's always been for me. So I'm not worried if they put me on the spot to make 3D models, because I'm pretty sure, like, you know, give me like a week working on it and I'm gonna make some pretty good stuff and figure it out. So I'm not worried. So I'm not gonna put any practice in. If he has faith in you, then I do too, or she. I mean, my teacher? No, my teacher doesn't have faith in me. It's like it's like a science thing. You know, he watched me draw something and he's just kind of like, yeah, you're like the type of brain you have, you're meant to like you would excel very like well in sculpting. So it's like, so he was just kind of like, you should do sculpting instead of like painting or drawing on a paper or anything like that. And I was just kind of like, well, I'm not interested in sculpting. So sure, even if like that's my affinity, that's not what I'm interested in, so I'm not gonna do it. I just want a little photo character, like an avatar. Oh, well, that's different. Yeah. So it's not like, yeah, it has nothing to do with like his opinion or like his faith in me. It was just kind of like, he's just like, you know, oh yeah, you. Your rice is taking too long and you're hungry. I mean, listen, if you have watermelon or carrots or celery or like any type of fruit laying around, you can just munch on that for the meantime. You can snack on that, you know? And you know, and the best part is that it doesn't spoil your appetite. That's the best part. It doesn't spoil your appetite. Now, strawberries are high in acid, but so don't eat too much of it. But you know, if you regularly eat strawberries, you can have that good skin. You know what I'm saying? Strawberry gives you good skin. It also keeps you looking very youthful. And I learned that as a little kid, so I went crazy with the strawberries. And that's why my skin is great right now. And that's why I look 10 years younger. Beautiful. Yes, wonderful. Thank you, random person, for giving me this fact. You have to go food shopping to get fruits and veggies. Yeah, that's the thing about fruits and veggies. It's just kind of like, you have to do it like every week. Every week. Like when I first started doing that, that was like the most annoying thing to me. It was just because I was so used to like I would go food shopping like twice a month, and then that was it. But now it's like, if I wanted to eat healthy and have fruits and vegetables to snack on, I have to make a trip every week, at least once a week. And I was so not used to it, but I did it. Now I leave to do food shopping every week. And as annoying as it was at first, it's just pretty convenient, because since I regularly make a trip every week, I'm not caught without like something for a long time. Like if I'm ever missing anything in the fridge, it's just like, all right, well, I'm gonna go to the supermarket, like, you know, in X amount of days, right? Very, very soon. So I'll just pick it up then. Yeah, it's ridiculous, and I have 2 kids, so I need more. Yep. But, you know, at least you won't have the problem I have, because the problem that I have is that I'll buy like a box of like strawberries or blueberries, like I'll get some watermelon. Like today, right? Today I threw out 3 slices of watermelon. Why? Because I bought the big pack, so I had a lot, but just because of how things went to my day-to-day, I wasn't able to eat a watermelon every day. So they ended up being in my fridge for that week longer than I hoped to be, and today I had to throw out 3 slices. So it's just kind of like moments like this, it's like, man, I wish I wasn't like the only one eating this stuff. I wish I had somebody eat this with me, so that way I know that at least all of it got eaten and I didn't have to toss any. Tossing food is bad and stuff. You don't want to toss food. That's it. Okay, looks like I'm just gonna have to wing it because I can't find what I'm looking for. Nothing goes to waste here? Good to know. That's a problem I wish I had. I'll stop. I caved. I'm making plátanos too. Oh man. Let's make it the plátanos. Oh no. Yeah, I can't find what I'm looking for. All right. So this is where 3D models come in handy, because you don't have to sit here and waste time looking for like a reference to just work off of. Because right now I'm aiming for accuracy, but I can't get that accuracy right now. He's making Maduro. Or is it tostones? Maduros. Oh yeah. It was totally not my fault. I didn't do anything. Thought the was done. It's almost done. Yes. Excited for food, as you should be. It's that time of the day. All I have for lunch with a ham and cheese sandwich. I'm gonna have a beer today with your food. All right, sounds like a good time. A ham and cheese sandwich for lunch. I mean, you couldn't pack something better? Need to go food shopping. Gonna go on Saturday. Going food shopping with the kids is a no-no. Why not? It's supposed to be a fun family time. I always did it with my family. Stop. Now that takes me back to I used to work in security at one point, and it was like the most embarrassing thing. But so there was these girls harassing me, because they wanted my attention, and I just kept trying my best to ignore them. And you know, at a certain point I had to say, you know, leave me alone, I have a girlfriend, because I had a girlfriend at the time. And then this is when the embarrassing stuff comes. So I told them I had a girlfriend, and then like they backed off for now at that point. But then I guess they felt like they didn't like being rejected or whatever. So they felt the need to come back and tell me that I'm lying, and they decided to get everybody else involved. And by everybody else, I mean like all our other coworkers. And they're like, yo, this guy said he has a girlfriend, but we know he's capping. Ain't no way he got a girlfriend. And they were all convinced that I didn't have a girlfriend because we have we have lunch and we eat it, we get to eat lunch on the site. And the thing, so their logic was that if I had a girlfriend, I would have like food for lunch. You know what I'm saying? Like she would have been made, like, she would have been making me food to eat at work all the time. Which is like, ridiculous thing to say, but everybody in the workplace, like, they were all leaning on that. Yeah, like a packed lunch, like, like she would be, or maybe not like all the time, but like having a packed lunch would be proof that I have somebody at home who thinks about me, right? But yeah, so that was the reasoning, and everybody was like heavy on that reasoning. So nobody believed me when I said that I had a girlfriend. And when I went home and I told my girlfriend, like, she just kind of shrugged it off, right? And I'm like, all right, well, that's embarrassing, but it is what it is. I got nothing to prove, and I just wanted, well, the goal was to have them leave me alone, but now they're harassing me more because it's like, I should give them attention because I don't have a girlfriend, right? Allegedly. And then what's funny about that whole story is that, down the line, I ended up breaking up with my girlfriend at the time. And then, I started getting delivery at work. So basically, somebody would drop off food at my job for me to eat. So I would go on break and they're like, oh, Tario, somebody left this for you at the front. And it's like, and it's cooked food. And I'm like, who's freaking leaving me food? And then they let me, they said next time if it happens again, we'll get them on camera. So they got them on camera, and it was my now ex deciding now she wants to give me food to prove that I have a girlfriend at work. And I'm just like, haha, this freaking buffoon. Nice try. That should have been your response the first time I said it, but here we are. And it is raining now. Oh, it's raining hard right now. Oh my gosh, it is raining so hard. Can you guys, is the mic picking that up? No, it's not. Okay, you guys cannot hear the rain. I never had anyone pack me a lunch or order me food at work, but that'd be nice if they did. It would make me feel happy. Well, I would say that's the normal experience, even if you did have a partner. You know, like it's a very above and beyond thing to do. So, you know, it's like I would. That's why it's just, to me, it was just ridiculous that they even like they were riding on that in the first place. You mean not everybody can make a packed lunch? Um, I mean, I can't say that everybody knows how to, but like it's pretty freaking easy. You can make a sandwich and that's a packed lunch. You know, not that hard. And that beef chunks came out soft. So soft it melts in your mouth. Like that. Debating if I should get more rice because that was yummy. I mean, it's all in portion, but you know, it's a choice to eat healthy or not. Totally up to you. But for me, I don't eat until I'm full. I eat what my body needs, and I just keep it at that. And I've already gone beyond the. I've managed to get to a place where I no longer eat for taste or pleasure. I just eat for what's needed. So like I never get tempted, you know? It's just kind of like, oh man, that really tasted good. I want seconds. It's like, no, I had enough. That tasted great, and it was a wonderful experience, but I shouldn't be eating anymore. If it's still around tomorrow, I'll eat again tomorrow, but you know. Ooh, is that a storm going on? It is freaking going crazy. Sorry, it's just a lot of lightning and thunder clashing outside here. I know I had lunch so early that I'm starving. Are you starving? If you just ate, are you technically starving? Got to my last week. It's been non-stop raining. You know what? I can use this. I wanted to sleep early today, so hopefully this will get me sleepy. I'm good now. I'm gonna pack the rest for lunch tomorrow. That's a great idea. Wonderful idea. Love it. Just gonna finish the beer and watch The Good Wife. I mean, I'm surprised you even like beer. I freaking hate beer. I don't understand how people drink that. Freaking tastes disgusting. But you know, everybody's got their thing, I guess. Repeat what I said. Oh, I'm just saying. I don't understand how you like beer. Like it's freaking tastes nasty. Don't even get me started on the freaking on the health aspect of that too. I just don't get it. I really don't get beer at all. I don't get beer and alcohol as a whole. I don't like, you know, peer pressure has been something I've always been above. And it's like, you know, alcohol and beer just don't taste good. So just don't drink it. And that's just my opinion. It's just kind of like, do not. It's so unnecessary to drink this stuff. And it has so many bad health, like, things attached to it. It's just like, why? Why drink this? Why hurt your health? Yeah, see, but that's my issue. The drinking socially thing. It's just kind of like, that's why we consume this stuff, because it in air quotes helps us be social. What? No, we're perfectly capable of being social without these drinks. We can sit down and drink water and be social. We can drink juice. We could, you know, it's just, it's extra for no reason. Because my thing is just like, I tasted it and it's like, this tastes disgusting. Why are we drinking this? Because it's cool. I was like, nah, I'm out, bro. Yeah, see, it's a social thing. I'm social without it, but we Cuban, we have to have something while we party with the fam. Yeah, see, I just super disagree with that, like, wholeheartedly. Drinking is so unnecessary, but so many people in the world do it. And I just cannot understand it. I don't think I ever will. And you know, to be quite frank, I don't really want to, because again, like, it's such a nasty drink. Like, why? I understood if it tasted good, you know, because at least like soda's bad, right? Soda's terrible to drink all the time, but it tastes so good, some people can't help it. I could understand an addiction to soda, but this stuff, that I just don't understand. And for anyone who hasn't tried it, you're not missing out. I promise you, you're not missing out. Don't let people peer pressure you into thinking that you are, because it really gives, there's just no value. It's just, but for some reason, media keeps pushing this idea that we all need to do it. And the reason why is so they can sell it, you know. The one I drink is sweet. It tastes like Sprite, so then drink Sprite. You know, I don't like that when I'm in parties or social gatherings and people offer me drinks, I always say, I want water. And I don't like that that's impressive. I don't like that that's impressive. That should be the norm. Drinking water should be the norm. But no. I always get so many compliments like, wow, you're able to like look at all of these drinks and still choose water. Good for you. And I'm like, no, I shouldn't be praised for that. You should all be able, everyone should be capable of doing that. Choosing water over soda and juice. But we can't. You know why? Because we all concentrate on the same thing. We're all conditioned to concentrate on the feeling you get when you consume these items. It tastes good. And when it tastes good, it makes me feel good. Water doesn't taste so good. It doesn't taste special. I don't drink water all the time. Now, let me tell you, I think water tastes great. But I will say, growing up, all I drank was soda. And I hated water. Because of those same reasons. Soda tasted way better. Water didn't taste good. But then I learned that all that stuff is all conditioning with your body and your brain. So it's like if you stop drinking soda and start drinking water more, the water's gonna taste better. And I can tell you from experience, that's exactly what happened. I stopped drinking soda and juice. All I drank was water. I didn't like the taste at first. But then down the line, as I stood diligent, I stood consistent. And sure enough, the water tasted better. And now I'm addicted to the water. Like, water just tastes so good. At least to me. But I had to work to get there. And let me tell you, my body loves me so much for it. My body loves me so much for it. I don't drink much. I'm always the designated driver for my friends. I heard that if you drink too much water, it's bad. Is it true? Well, it depends. If you drink too much water in one day, and I mean like liters and liters of water, then yeah, your freaking insides are going to explode. But if you mean drinking water all the time, every day, if it's bad, no, that is not bad. In fact, like drinking water, you can Google this. Drinking water just comes with so many benefits. There are okay, so like I said, this is how I like to explain it. This is how I look at food. Look at food, I guess, and drinks, right? Drinks. This is how I look at it, right? I look at it like it's a video game. Video game, right? In a video game, you have a character, right? This is your character. Now, when you're playing your video game, right? Let's say you have money to spend in your game. You have a currency, right? You have a currency, and you can purchase food, right? I'm gonna draw some spaghetti. There's a plate of spaghetti. Here's a plate of chicken, right? But here's a cake. I'm gonna put a cake. Put this cake here, right? And let's also put drinks, right? This is water with a W. I'm gonna put juice. We're gonna put, this is, you know what A stands for, but we're gonna have all these different options. You have all these options. And then in the game, they tell you, you have stats, right? You have HP, you have attack, defense, special attack, special defense, you got speed, right? You have all these stats. 12, 13, 4, 11. I'm gonna put 5 here. I'm gonna put 7 speed. You have all these stats. You have all these stats. And then when you purchase these items, right? This spaghetti will give you +1 in special defense. Actually, no, let's do this. It'll give you +2 in special defense, but -1 in HP. Okay? Chicken, it'll give you +3 in attack, but you get -1 in speed. And then now we got cake. Cake will give you -3 in speed. It'll also give you minus in special attack. But plus your mood. It just makes you happy. And let's do the same thing with water. Water will give you +1 to everything. There are no negatives. Juice will give you +1 to special attack and +1 to special defense. But you'll lose -1 in speed and -1 in HP. And then this is, something you can only drink as an adult, right? And you get -10 in HP. You get minus defense, -1 in defense, -2 in attack. You can get -3 in special attack. You're gonna get -1 in special defense. It just doesn't touch your speed. Your speed stays the same. And you get plus yapping for social. Okay, so this is how I view the world. When I'm literally thinking about food and when I'm consuming, I'm looking at I'm a character in a video game and I have stats. Okay, now in a game, when you're feeding your character, you're not thinking about how it tastes because you can't taste it. You're thinking about reaping all the benefits off of your food. You're thinking, yeah, man, I want to build on attack, right? So I'm going to keep eating chicken. Sure, I lose speed, but I want to max out on attack on my character. And then maybe I'll eat something else that'll give me +1 speed, right? And then I can circumvent that somewhere else. But in real life, everything you eat gives you a benefit, but you also take a negative too. There are some negs. Something you eat will give you stats in one area, but you'll lose stats in other. But that's why when we're eating, we eat a variety of things, right? Because all the numbers will work out. Sure, I'll lose +1 in speed if I eat the chicken here, but I can eat something else that'll give me that speed back. And then maybe it'll give me -1 in attack, right? And then in the end, I'll have more stats, than I started with. I just recovered the +1 speed. So this is how food works in your body, if it makes sense. And I love how video game developers kind of worked stats and food in this way, because it's very relative to how real life food is. But that being said, just to address my point here in the drinks, water is the one thing in all our existence that you can consume that gives you no negatives. I'm going to say that again. Water is the one thing us humans can consume out of everything that only comes with benefits, no negatives. you absolutely, I don't know if I spelled that right, should drink water every day. A lot of it. Because let me tell you, my skin, my acne's better. My nails look beautiful. I never get chapped lips anymore. I used to get chapped lips all the time. Ever since I just went water every day, my lips never get chapped. I will bite on it, and then tomorrow, my body's like, I got enough water. Bam, your lips are beautiful again. Okay, I get no eye boogers. Like my body loves me so much. Like, I feel so great. Everything has been plus. It's just been better. Meanwhile, this thing here, only negatives. Absolutely no benefits. All you get is this social thing. That's it. Is it worth it? Not in my opinion. But so many people in the world consume this freaking trash item. And I will I just don't get it. I don't get why it's so normal. This should not, what's normal? This should be normal. This should not be normal. This should be a very, very rare thing. But I think if I remember history correctly, I think some, the rich people back in the day drank this because they could. And then common folk people wanted in on that. And then that's why it just became a thing. If I could be wrong, but that's how I'm just remembering it. But yeah, and even cake, look, this is like sweets and desserts with sugar, right? Again, you get minus in stats, you just feel good. You feel good because when you eat sweets, it's sweet, and that dopamine hits your brain, and it's all nice, and you're eating for pleasure. Okay, and it's like, okay, I get it, but this should be, you gotta moderate the sweets, right? Sure, eat it, lose some stats, you feel better, but don't eat it all the time. And that goes with soda. I didn't even draw soda, but like soda would pretty much give you the same amount of stats here. But like, yeah, anyways, that's my little rant on food, because it's just, people should be choosing to eat better. America makes a lot of money off of people making bad choices in terms of, well, in general, and everything, bad choices in everything. That's how our country models how they want to make money. They give us agency so we can make bad choices, so they can create services that makes them money. And that's why obesity is a freaking big issue in America right now. And it's just because people are just making bad choices. So come on, you guys have the agency. Just make better choices. And I know it's tough. And also, let me say one more thing. This is the only thing that I will say I will put on the government for manipulating us. But stuff like cake and like fast food, right? They all have like chemicals in it that make you feel really, really good. And it's also addictive. Yeah, so there's like these addictive so basically what I'm trying to say is that when you start eating McDonald's, when you start eating the canned foods and all that stuff, these are businesses that want to make money. They want you to keep eating this stuff. They are allowed to put a chemical that makes it not only taste good, so it tastes better than it should, but it makes it addictive. So because you're eating this stuff, you're getting addicted to it, and you find like, oh, you'll say things like what you just said right there, right? I'm trying. Yes, I get it, you're trying, but I don't blame you. And the reason why I don't blame you is because this is the government like allowing this to happen, and these corporations, right? They make these food tastier, and they make it addictive, and they create a trap. You're in a freaking trap. You can't get out. I drew a terrible trap there, but you get the point. You're trapped in this cycle where this feel good cycle where you're eating and it's bad for you, but you can't stop because for some reason you just can't stop. It tastes so good, and this is the reason. It makes you feel really nice, and it makes it addictive. And a lot of humans, when you're going through that, you don't want to separate yourself from that. So now you're caught in this trap where it's like you're not eating healthy, and you can't stop because you've been trapped into this little addiction cycle. And the reason why businesses get away with it is because, oh, we put it on the product, because like everybody knows how to read the freaking the ingredients right on the freaking back. But like that's the only way they're able to like get out of this by law, because they put it on the product. If you don't want to read it and find out that what all of these things that they put in it do to your body, then that's on you. And I really hate that that's how things work in our country, but it is what it is, guys. So the best you can do is just educate yourself. So it's just kind of like, I don't know if this helped, but if you're watching and you struggle eating and making better choices in eating, hopefully this helps you. I also want to mention that you should also have a full bar. Okay, full bar. If you pass this bar, you lose your stats. You lose stats. Okay? So every day as humans, we're trying to gain stats. When you're eating, you're gaining stats, but there's also a limit to how much you should eat every day, obviously. So just remember that you have a full bar for your whole day. Do not exceed the full bar. If you exceed the full bar, you will lose stats. And all the stats you gain were for nothing. Okay? So that's another thing we got to keep in moderation. All right. If you're Hispanic, if you grew up Hispanic like me, then you probably grew up with the saying that, you got to finish everything off of your plate, because if you don't, you're not grateful. I am very against that. Okay. Eat what you need to eat. You don't have to clean out your whole plate. Okay. If there's still food left in the plate, then that is fine. Toss it. You got your body what you need. And next time, you just give yourself a smaller portion. That's it. But you shouldn't feel bad if you can't eat everything off your plate. You shouldn't aim to eat everything out of your plate. And you also should not aim to be full. Because that's another trap, okay? We all learn to eat until we're full. That's very bad, because your stomach here, when you fill it up, your brain is like, oh man, my stomach was full this time that I ate. So next time, I'm gonna expand my stomach so I can eat more and I won't get full. Your brain literally tells your stomach that every time it gets full. When you eat to get full, your stomach expands every single time. Think about that. Think about every time you got full. Your stomach expanded, and when you get full again, it's already bigger now, and now you just made your stomach bigger. Okay? Do not eat until you get full. That is like your brain telling you you're full is not a good thing. That is your brain warning that is your body warning your brain, hey, I'm at max capacity. And your brain's response to that is to get itself bigger so that we make it less likely to get to max capacity. So yeah, all right. Let me just finish this. No, there's no. We'll keep this, but we gotta make this the face wider here because we need space for these big old eyes. Nope, this is not wide enough. You gotta make this wide though. Which means we gotta make the face big wall. Big wall. Thank you for explaining. It's making sense, I'm guessing. I'm trying to do the best I can because I do want to lose weight the right way without going to the gym because I don't have time. It's like, well, I wouldn't say there is a right way, but I will say that the gym is definitely not necessary. You know, when I was younger and I was going, you know, I was dealing with obesity, I did all the workouts that I could possibly get. My gym teacher helped me you know, do workouts and exercises that were supposed to help me lose weight, and it just never worked. And he couldn't figure out why couldn't I lose weight. And it wasn't until I took matters into my own hand and I did research and I learned about food that I realized that, yo, I'm really like just like, it's my eating habits. It's the stuff that I'm putting in my body. Like, that's got to be the culprit. So I said, let me just, you know, I'm not gonna work out. Let me just eat better food. Let me just choose to eat better. Let's stop eating like stuff like, you know, like McDonald's and stuff, right? And lo and behold, I lost all that weight. You know, I lost over 100 pounds just eating better, cutting the soda, drinking water, eating less, not eating before bed. These are all habits that get you really, really big and really unhealthy. And everybody freaking does it, which is why, like, once I've experienced that and I lost all that weight, it's just like, it's so hard for me to see other people do it because it's like, I understand that they're not aware and this is what we're conditioned to do. Because before I learned all this stuff, I thought this was normal. Like normal in a good way, but it's normal in a bad way. It's something that's very normalized today and it's bad for us. And nobody's trying, like, you know, apparently nobody's aware, or people are aware and they're just actively choosing to like not be healthy, right? Is the other thing. Right, now we're just missing our fourth person, but we are out of time today. But yeah, Tali, though, I would say, in my experience from being a very big person to like now I'm like I'm very skinny, but I'm also like toned and I've got like a athletic type of body. I can tell you from experience, it all just comes down to eating. Like, you know, don't do the gym membership. you know, don't waste your money on the gym membership. Don't be that person sitting down on the machines all the time doing the workout thinking, you know, you're gonna be fine. It's all like, let me actually tell you something. Let me tell you another reason why I know it's all food, right? Okay, I had a friend who worked at Planet Fitness, and she told me that in their training, they're trained to create a reward system for the people that they personally train. And the reward system is like, hey, you did a good workout, here's some pizza, treat yourself to pizza, right? If for anybody who's been to Planet Fitness, you know that they've had a pizza day where they give out pizza for free. And you know, at first they think, oh, that's so nice, they give us free food, that's so cool. But no, you guys don't realize how diabolical these people, like these companies are. If you reach your freaking your body goals, you no longer have to pay them to go back to the gym, right? If you get a personal trainer, once you reach your goal, you're not paying that personal trainer anymore, right? They are trained to keep you unhealthy and fat. And what are their tactics? To get you to eat bad. They give you free pizza because they know pizza's bad. And it hurts your progress. And you stay there longer, so it's an investment. They spend money to get pizza, so you guys stay there longer, and they make money off of you guys staying, you know, paying for your freaking gym membership. These personal trainers, they convince you to go out and eat freaking McDonald's, which, by the way, their locations are not freaking they are pretty deliberate. They deliberately put themselves you know, around fast food restaurants on purpose. So when you guys are done with your workout and you go outside and you're hungry, you're gonna pick out some fast food restaurant and you're gonna stay in this freaking hamster wheel where you know, you're continuously eating bad, and you work out, and then all that gets thrown out the window as soon as you sit down and decide you want to eat a Big Mac. Okay, and they do it on purpose because, again, these businesses, our country just in general, they make money off of like bad decisions, and you know, they give us agency so we can make bad decisions, so they can provide services, so they can get money. Okay, guys, so just please keep that in mind when you're making these decisions, that you are being controlled and manipulated in some type of way. Okay, so you know, so when I tell you, when it comes to like being healthy, it all comes down to just choosing to eat better. Like that's really, I promise you guys, that's really all it is. You don't even need to do the workout. If you do the workout and you don't eat better, you're gonna, like, I don't know if you've seen those people online that they work out and they lost weight, but they have like all that stretchy skin. That's, you know, you're gonna end up looking like that if you don't do the eating part of it. Okay, so I would say, first and foremost, before you even think about going to the gym, fix your eating habits. Eat better stuff. You know, treat your body really well. Okay, guys, you are what you eat, literally. Ours is by Chipotle, Burger King, Taco Bell, Subway, Denny's, and a Chinese buffet. Yeah, I'm telling you, bro, it's not by accident. They do it on purpose. It is on purpose because they know people don't have self-control. They know a lot of, you know, when you think about it, that's why. Actually, let me stop. Anyways, before I go on another rant. But you know, speaking of food, it's time for me to just, you know, make my cucumber tuna fish sandwich, and that's my dinner for today, and just chill. So we've got. So this is going to be the illustration that I'm working on. We've got 3 characters so far. I just got 1 more character to draw, and then, you know, we're going to move on to just refinement. But I wanted to work on perspective today because, as you can see, the illustration makes full use of perspective here. And, you know, I just wanted to brush up on perspective a bit before I tackle this illustration, just to make all the characters feel like that they belong in the plane of space that they're in. So, you know, we did a draft earlier with the practice stream, but now that I'm actually working on the thing, it's wider than this canvas, right? So over here we got a little diamond is where I came up with the concept, but now over here we have enough space to spread out all of the 4 of the characters, and instead of creating a diamond, we kind of have this triangle instead. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Yeah, now we have like this triangle instead, which is fine. But you know, if you know, I'll be working on it for the next few days. But if anything, if I'm still working on it by next week, then we'll work on this some more next week. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for hanging out. For you artists out there, if you felt like this was very helpful, you can drop a like, or if you want, you can read one of my comics. I am a digital illustrator. I am a webcomic author. I have created the webcomic Reborn Daughter. You can come check that out on Webtoons for free, but only if you're 16 and plus, 16 and older. If you're younger than 16, you can come check out 5 Shooting Stars. This is another comic that I made at Webtoons. I entered this in the Webtoon conference and I got absolutely destroyed. But hey, it's okay. I still made it. We got 3 episodes up. If you guys are interested, you can go get that a read. They're both romance stories. So if you're into romance, come check it out. And you know, you can always jump by in the stream and tell me how you feel about the stories that you read. If you like it, if you're a fan of some of the characters. A lot of the artworks I do are based off of my original characters from the comic. So for those of you who have ever seen my artwork and you've wondered where these characters are from, they are from my webcomic. All right. So that's enough for today. Let's go ahead and hit that stream ending. It is a little past 8 o'clock. I have hit my 4-hour quota. So, you know, now I'm just gonna chill. I want to sleep early today, so I think I'm gonna do the most boring thing to go to sleep after I eat, and that's gonna be some more Final Fantasy VIII grinding off stream. Yeah, that sounds wonderful. It sounds like that's gonna KO me on my chair, which is exactly what I want. So that being said, I'll be back next Monday for those of you on Twitch, because you got the best of both worlds. I'll be back on Monday with some more Final Fantasy VIII gameplay. For those of you on YouTube, I'll be back next week, hopefully with a finished drawing. And if you are on YouTube and you don't know, I do have another YouTube channel. I have a gaming channel, Tower Tiffy Games. Come check me out over there if you want to come hang out with us, and you know, as I play video games and talk about video games and art and all that stuff. Or you know, you can just stay on this channel and just, you know, stay motivated to do art. You can come join me every week to draw art. If you ever feel like you're running out of stuff to draw, you can come check me out and, you know, just draw stuff with me. You can do it live, you can do it on the recording, however you want to do it. And as always, remember guys, your efforts will never betray you. Put effort into getting those skills that you want, and you know, those skills are for you to keep and to do whatever you want to do with it. And to me, that is the biggest value that comes out of your effort. And this is what motivates me to draw all the time, because I can draw all these things, and I can draw whatever the heck I want, and it's because I put all this time and effort into it, right? And it's mine, and y'all can't take it away from me. And I want to tell you guys the same thing. Do it for the skills that you want. It doesn't have to be drawing. It could be something completely different, whether it's dancing or music or whatever. You know, we're humans. We're all capable of learning and doing all of these crazy things. You know, the potential is limitless. All you got to do is just put in the work, guys. The best things, they'll come for free. So go for it, guys. And remember, be kind to each other. You never know what other people are going through. So make sure we're spreading that kindness. And I mean kindness, not being nice. 2 different things. Been on my channel long enough, you know. Being nice and being kind are 2 different things, okay, guys? Be kind to others, but not nice. All right. I'm out of here. Peace out, y'all. Until next time. Good night, Tali.